Hey, good evening, everyone. We're gonna do a little bit something a little bit differently today. Um, hope you all been really well. I've got a fun little thing where my wife's gone and I can actually stream again, just for a minute. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make this sustainable because typically I still have to work with the wife. I'm typically going to be eating dinner around this time, so I don't know. I'll come up with something though. Maybe it's just 2 days a week. If I can stream during this time, great. But I wanted to tape read the market got as we went a little bit as we go live. So let's head over to the charts and see what we got. So about a few minutes before open, we're gonna just be tape reading. Oops, what happened there? I don't know what just happened there. All right, that's weird. So this week we've got Monday, durable goods, 8:30 a.m. Medium driver, CB consumer confidence, Tuesday, 10 a.m. FOMC speakers, Wednesday, unemployment claims Thursday, and then Friday, core PCE. So we've got a few good drivers here this week. I want to see how Asia trades. I want to try to tape read it. And what we're going to do is we're going to start off and just keep it really technical today. We're going to try to tape read here, and then see if there's a play to be made. So there's a couple of things that we'll try to take a look at and see if we can find something available. So we're gonna get ready by starting off and picking up our new week opening gap. While we wait for our, I'm gonna mark the previous ones as gray now, so you'll see those turn gray, so that we can better visualize. You can see these turn gray. Old new week opening gap, old new week opening gap. Let's scrunch this out a little bit so you can see a little bit more here. And I'm going to go over to the 1 minute chart here. And let me go put my new week opening gap. The close was 19776.75, so I want to make sure I have that there. We're going to be tape reading today. If I see a play, then I'll take it. Probably on micro NASDAQ, so it's not going to be on this screen. But right now, right now, definitely still in drawdown. I've come to the conclusion that I can't trade when there's too many distractions during the week. I mean, I work a consulting job, and I've realized that the only times that I really make a lot of money is when I'm fully focused and I can actually trade, and that's just not possible. I've done it a few times where I've tried to trade during the daytime, look for a trade in between meetings. It's just not possible. You force trades too much, and then I start going into drawdown again. So, where I'm at right now, I have about 9 performance accounts with Apex Trader Funding. As you all know, that's my firm that I work with. There's a 50K, which I have about $500 from drawdown, so I want to see if I can get that back up using 1 micro. So that's what we're going to be focusing on today. So pretty much we're going to be tape reading. I'm going to be tape read Asia session, and that's going to be from 6 o'clock till 9 o'clock. ICT had mentioned, oh, there we go. So we got open here. Let's make our new week opening gap. We see we've traded down to that, and we're gonna tape read this on a 1 minute time frame. Okay, so we see that we've traded down to the low new week opening gap first. Prior to that, we see that we have relative equal highs up here. So we want to mark those out. And let's make sure we can see that on all of our time frames. Okay, so there's relative equal highs up above here, which we might be reaching for. And from a relative equal low perspective, we do have this relative equal low prior to new week opening gap. So there's a good chance that we'll end up aiming for that as well. No bias right now. Mondays, I choose not to hold much bias. So if I'm going to take a trade, it's going to be taking that trade, taking liquidity, and then switching, or looking for other areas of liquidity right now. So this is old, so we're going to get rid of this. We will note that within this previous area, this is a previous new week opening gap. Within this area, we traded down to the bottom of it. This is quite a bit of a range, 27 to about 05. That's about, nice big range there. I don't think that counts as like a relative equal low. It seems to be a little bit too much, but it is a short, intermediate term low though. So important to keep that in mind. Actually, I don't really need to have that there because there's a new week opening gap there already. We could also see on our 15-minute chart that we had other short-term lows down here, which we've already tagged, and we can remove those and now bring this further down here, where we've got this short-term low as well. I just moved to new day opening gap. Damn it. Okay. So that was a new day opening gap that we went down to. Good thing I didn't delete I deleted the appropriate line there. But there's a 15-minute fair value gap down here. We came down to it and then we spiked up. So chances are, as we move forward, there's a good chance that we will aim for that relative equal high first. What do we see up here as well? Well, there's a little 15-minute volume imbalance here. So I want to read that and have that on my charts in case it wants to reach up for that. It's a 15-minute volume imbalance, okay? So from a daily perspective and a weekly perspective, we saw that we took this low and immediately went higher. So what does this mean from a weekly perspective? Well, I'm thinking that if we are going to go lower and aim for this imbalance which got created, eventually I think we'll aim for this sell side imbalance potentially. But for us to head lower this week, I anticipate that a movement higher in Monday would make a lot of sense. Does it take out this weekly high? That's to be determined. But if we take a look at the previous week, right, we have this midpoint here. So this is a wick midpoint. So we want to have that on our charts as a potential key level. So we're going to make that a weekly level. We're going to make that dashed line. And we know that that's a weekly wick midpoint, okay? So I'll keep that on the charts there. And we've already surpassed the weekly close of last week. So going to be taking a closer look at this. Does it have a tendency to head up towards either the consequent encroachment of this wick, or does it have only get down to like maybe the 25% mark, so 19,850-ish, and then head back down this way towards this volume imbalance, an old new week opening gap? And if you notice this as well, on the weekly chart, there's these two new week opening gaps as well as the third one up here. So if we trade higher, liquidity is sitting down below here, and there's a volume imbalance on the weekly chart at this lower new week opening gap. So what else is down there? We've got this giant buy side imbalance as well, along with old new week opening gaps down here. So lots of stuff below us. We do have one new week opening gap way up here. So we'll keep that in mind. As you can kind of see, we traded to a previous new day opening gap right now. So it's possible that we either consolidate here, maybe it makes a run for that relative equal high that's up there. If it does take that relative equal high, then I'm thinking maybe it runs for this volume imbalance. If it doesn't do that, or maybe it spikes up to there and then starts to head lower, that's where I would anticipate seeing us head down into new week opening gap. LP trades, hey, clear communication from the Fed regarding rate cuts. No longer propaganda. Do we actually have clear communication from the Fed for rate cuts? Did they actually like say they're gonna cut some rates? PCE will be huge this week for rate cuts. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Good to see you, brother. Hope you've been well. Okay, so we're trading up towards this relative equal high up here. You can't see that very well, but that high is 19794.75. So let's make sure that that is, or do I have that right? 19794.75. 19794.75. 794.75. And I got that wrong. Oops. Okay, well, either way, that's close enough. So from a daily chart perspective, this is kind of messy here because there's a lot of writing, but bear with me here. So that weekly level, that wick that we had mentioned, it's up there. There's also a daily rejection block up there with a daily new day opening gap up here as well. So so in this case, there's also a new week opening gap is going to be the same as Sunday to Monday's new week, Sunday to Monday's new day opening gap. So I anticipate it should take this level at the very least. If we are going to head higher, I would prefer that it comes back down to the new week opening gap and tags a little bit of liquidity further down. But maybe we continue to rush up into this daily volume imbalance here. So keep this in mind, this daily volume imbalance. We haven't closed above it yet. So I'm going to mark this on our charts so that we can see it up here as a potential draw still. And we're going to see, does it respect the midpoint of that? Because that's where that weekly wick consequent encroachment is as well. So now you can kind of see we jumped up to that volume imbalance there, took out buy side liquidity. Now we've got relative equal lows down here. We could potentially aim for those next. I'm going to see if we get the movement lower that we were expecting, because you can kind of see how it almost took this high out here, but it did not entirely. So so I'm looking to see, do we maybe trade lower now? So we've taken, and I'm going to start to annotate this because this is a practice that I should have done a long time ago. Relative equal high, buy side liquidity taken, plus, oops, I can't really, plus buy side volume imbalance through. All right, so we have that here on a 1 minute time frame. So we'll probably get a little messy, but that's okay. So again, like on the daily chart. Oh, sorry, LP Trades. I missed a couple of your chats. They said that time for policy changes here and listening to other members. They're looking to cut rates at any meeting now. Yeah, that would make September cut very feasible, right? All depends on softer inflation prints. Excuse me. Softer inflation prints, and if unemployment continues to rise. In other words, if the markets keep pricing in rate cuts without cuts. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people are having recession talks, and that leads me to think that we will continue to be quite bullish up here. So we'll see. Okay, so again, the daily chart here, that volume imbalance still hasn't been closed up through. So if we're going to have a day close up through that, I would venture to say we approach this weekly. So back on the weekly chart, this here is a weekly premium sell side imbalance within a weekly bearish order block, right? And so one thing to note here as well, this bearish order block on the weekly chart is a key level too. So I want to have that on my chart, just in case we reach up there, right? So what is that open here? 20,620.75. So 20,620.75. I want to have that on my charts, and I want to have that marked. Oh, what happened to it? What the hell? The heck happened to it? Oh, I used the close. This should be the open. 19,970. There we go. 19,970. There we go. Okay, that's a little better. And then I want to be able to have this set as 19,970, 1 week, my bearish order block. So I've got those weekly levels that we could reach up for on the weekly chart. How those transpose to the daily, you can see it clearly here. We've reached up into a previous bearish order block, so it's possible that we're in a market maker buy model at this moment. Since we took out this market maker sell model, you can see that was a very nice movement here, and now we've got first stage of accumulation. So I'm thinking we probably end up aiming up here into that area. There's a weekly sell side imbalance here within a weekly SIBI, because at the very least there's a lot of new week opening gaps that are waiting beneath us, right? All those dark gray lines that, and try to disregard the text there. So sorry, I didn't have time to take it out. Uh-oh, I'm dropping frames. Hopefully I'm not disconnecting. Hopefully I'm still back. Can you still see this? Okay, we can. Okay. Looks okay. Sorry if I disconnect there. OBS, I haven't updated it yet, so it's probably going to disconnect a little bit. Okay, so where is this? All right, so on the 1 minute chart again, like we know that there's potential for us to reverse here, but we also know it's possible for us to accumulate within this range. So that's probably what we're going to end up looking towards today. We don't know if it's going to reach up super high or not, but now that it's taken initial buy side liquidity, I want to see, does it have room to head back down and take out this sell side relative equal lows. So we'll say relative equal low, sell side liquidity down here. And do we have any other ones there? Well, not really. We do have a buy side imbalance way down here, but it would take a lot for us to get down there. You can kind of see how on the 15-minute chart we came to just below the consequent encroachment of this 15-minute buy side imbalance, and then we headed higher, right? So on the daily chart, we see this buy side imbalance. We traded through and just completely went higher from there. So I'm going to remove that for now, although we could potentially refer to that as an inversion fair value gap if we trade much lower and below that thing here. So I'm going to keep an eye on that this week, knowing that at this level, that relative equal low sell side liquidity all the way down here, that's possible that we could trade down there and treat it like an inversion fair value gap if we see a nice candle drop down below this short-term low. That would give us a daily movement down in that direction. So we will see. We'll see what we get. For now, first 15 minutes is closed. We're seeing accumulation after taking out that buy side liquidity. So I want to see here we saw relative equal lows respected for the time being, right? So you can kind of still see this sell side still being respected to the T down there, that low of 19,815. It's very exact here. So the moment this ends up taking that out, there's still possibility for this to go down here, but the moment that ends up taking that out, I would, well, that was weird. So it opened and closed at the same level. Okay, so on the 1 minute chart, again, we started the new week here. We created a fair value gap down here. So if we are looking for a bullish week, I would have expected us to head lower first, below, and we did trade one tick below the new week opening gap low. So, do we consider that this type of movement, that we continue heading higher towards this new day opening gap? Well, let's take a look. From this new day opening gap to this new day opening gap, we have already crossed the event horizon. So my thoughts are we could head lower. Let's say from this swing low to swing high. We could head lower down to this equilibrium portion, but if it is very bullish, we could leave this completely open and actually within this quadrant here, if I grade this entire move, we're already a 25 to 30% retracement. So I would like to see if this is institutional order flow entry drill, then perhaps this will continue higher. What can it aim for? This bearish order block, this new day opening gap, all those are feasible. So I think that, you know, we could, it would have been nice to take a entry here given this institutional order flow entry drill, right? But we didn't, we missed it, so that's okay. If this forms a volume imbalance here, we can enter there. We see this has, this institutional order flow entry drill is kind of nice. We can also set limit orders to enter here as well. Oops, I should probably lower the amount that I pyramid in. But there's a volume imbalance right here. And I'm looking to see, does this have a penchant to continue or not, right? Now we're in, so at this point in time, like, we've taken buy side liquidity. We're seeing institutional order flow entry drill, but if we don't see this make it above this volume imbalance and make it with some movement, then, you know, this could be a failure swing and we could start heading lower. We don't know this early in the week. We don't know where it's going to go. We're waiting for that initial range to finish so that we can get a sense of like where it might come back down to. Ideally right now, we could see price just completely give up here. And if we see a big movement down below the consequent encroachment of this fair value gap, then we can look for fair value gap sell side imbalances here, reverse our position, head short, take that down to at the very least this fair value gap down here. So look at that. So this price ended up creating a fair value gap here and a volume imbalance here. So I would like to see us trade back down to either the high of this fair value gap or to this volume imbalance. I'd like to see that and see if it can support that. So there's this fair value gap, this volume imbalance, and that fair value gap as well. Again, tape reading, because Asia is something I haven't had as much practice on, and I want to see how this turns out. Okay. So if this fails here and it doesn't go much higher than this, where my stop for this kind of a play is going to be is right below this area here, because if we get a really big spike down and a nice big displacement down here, we're in quite a bit of a premium. We've taken buy side liquidity already, as you can kind of see here. And you can see how we've traded above to this point. Now we could trade all the way back down to here, and maybe even all the way down here. You see these relative equal lows here, but there is a fair value gap, bullish order block, and we do have a rejection block up here, which we rejected off that daily volume imbalance. If we're very bullish, we'll continue heading up that way. For now, we're going to watch to see what kind of a range forms. We're going to see what kind of a range forms within this time frame, okay? What we want to do is we want to see what kind of range shows and is formed from 6 till 6:30, or actually 6 to 7, and then we use that to trade 7 to 9, basically. We want to look for areas of accumulation. We want to look for balanced price ranges. We want to see what happens here. It's assuming we are bullish. Looks like they're leaving this area open. Again, the thing about this is we've already taken out that buy side liquidity and traded above there. So I'm actually, it's tough for me to go long here. Like, I don't really want to go long here. I'd rather see this fail and see, let's see if there's a, let's see what the midpoint of this is. Okay, so let's see if we get up to this midpoint, the volume imbalance once more. And then if we fail to get above that, I'm going to take this as a turtle soup short. So you kind of see from this candle close to this candle high, I want to see that, see if it can get to this 50% mark, because if it cannot, and we are around this area of liquidity, we're in between this buy side liquidity and put this over here, and this volume imbalance. So going back up to that volume imbalance would be as much as I would like to see. And then I'd like to see us trade shorts below this short-term low. I'd like to see a big displacement below that, taking us down all the way through to target these relative equal lows on this day. So that's what I'd like to see. I'm going to bring this out further. Let me see. Let's bring this all the way out to throughout the day. Or at least through this session, right? Like let's take it out to midnight. And at the very least have that there. Okay. So again, we have traded above the new day opening gap to this new day opening gap. There's a lot of new day opening gaps, but there's more new week opening gaps beneath us. So I'm really curious to see if we break down where I was expecting us to break down. So you kind of see that movement there. That's a really nice movement there. So we failed to reach the 50% mark here. So I can take, when this candle closes, I will take a short at whatever this ends up leaving there. And we'll aim for 10 points. You know, 10 points on NASDAQ is pretty respectable. 33 seconds for this 1 minute to close. And a return back to this fair value gap volume imbalance would be reasonable, I think. This is nice. Very nice failure here. Now, this does mean this is relative equal highs up here, right? This does give off those vibes. And in actuality, there's exact equal highs up there, so you could treat this as a starting area. So here is where I now want to sell 5. Let's see, there's this sell side imbalance here. This might I mean, this might leave this here too. I don't know. If this comes back up, we'll see. And our stop, of course, is going to be roughly above the midpoint of this wick, right? We see it failing here. We want to see it come back up into this area and then fail further. Now, it is only 626, so this could just, if it's very bullish, if it's wanting to head up to this area, then it could just do that immediately, right? So this could be an impulsive breakaway gap potentially, and then we have this high, low, higher, high. This could serve as a bearish breaker here, so I want to potentially set my sell a little bit lower to allow for us to return to that bearish breaker and not chase, right? So I want to take a first position here. If it heads back up to this sell side imbalance, second position here with a stop loss set above these relative equal highs in hopes that it will not return back to there. So that's the logic right now. We'll see if it turns into something, okay? We know it could be reaching down towards this imbalance down here. And, you know, if it doesn't return back up to this sell side imbalance, it could, you know, now the tricky part is it returned back down to this sell buy side imbalance and it immediately shot back up here. So I'm looking for this. This tells me right now, this tells me that even though we had a movement higher, a movement lower, it was in the books here. Technically, this fair value gap, I should sell short here first. And it would actually be at the fair value gap low there. Or I guess it'd be the midpoint of that. But this bounce up, potentially, this could head all the way up here and all the way up here and just completely blow all that out of the water. It's very possible, but that's kind of like what we are anticipating to not happen. But ideally, we would prefer it to not trade up to this sell side imbalance at all. We prefer it to at most come up to here. So our 30 handle expectation down here is very feasible still. So we want to see, does it hold the consequent encroachment of this fair value gap now? Do we trade up to this and lower? I don't know. But you need to respect the new week opening gap as a potential area for it to bounce. And if you see that bounce multiple times, then you know you're in for you're in for a little bit move higher, right? So let's take a quick look at what that swing right here it could be. So you could head up all the way up to the third quarter of this sell side imbalance. We'd prefer it to only not reach too far above this. We prefer it to not reach all the way up here, right? That institutional order flow entry drill definitely makes me a little bit weary. So potentially, if it's going to rip, it's going to probably rip to head up to this new day opening gap. And that's okay. This kind of a wick up into that is okay. We're okay with that kind of a move. We want to see this really drop swiftly here. So this is turning into a 1 minute, potential 1 minute bearish order block. If we can get this to continue lower and hold, I think that's going to be really solid. So we want to see it come back up to maybe this as another bearish order block. So have it respect that level. We would like to see that potentially. And then we want to see it aim for this new week opening gap. This is volume imbalance. The midpoint of that new week opening gap, let's see, 87 down to 77. I mean, it's like roughly around here, right? So we'll hold this. If we get a new low, we can move our stop loss a little bit further. What we can also do is take first profit at the high of this new week opening gap. And then we can take one more at the midpoint of that. And then we can leave the last one for relative equal low down there, right? So that's what we're expecting. Since we took out relative equal highs, we would expect for it to go at least to this volume imbalance down here. So all right, so first profit taken, sells put in, I'd say like sell stops put here. We can see we ran up here. There might be more that we go for, but remember, these new week opening gaps can be really, really quite cumbersome, right? And I actually can move this down to the high of this bearish order block here. This is actually a propulsion block, and I think that we'll take out, I think it will end up taking out the midpoint of this fair value gap and maybe the midpoint of this new week opening gap as well. It doesn't have to, but so if we see that, oh, that's pretty good. I guessed right? Oh, there's a second profit. Okay. So again, I'm not moving my stop below this, but I still think that we can target that relative equal low there, right? So we can kind of see how we read that where it missed. It showed us that price was going to go a little bit further down, but we've de-risked most everything now. We can keep this sell stop here. This potentially, if we don't see this break below the midpoint of this new week opening gap and just spike down to take out these relative equal lows, that's it. That's all I expect for a trade, right? Like I took a trade on the live accounts, just one micro contract, and took that down, took profit at this fair value gap high. There you go. So you have a trade outlined there as to why. I've been focusing a lot about reading price action lately, because that's really what, and you can kind of see how we just came down to that 1 minute fair value gap and are bouncing from there, right? So there is a rejection block here that we just rejected from, and there's a previous new week opening high down here too. So now we've taken out relative sell side liquidity here, and let me kind of pull this a little closer so you can kind of see that relative sell side equal. Let me get rid of some of these because I know it's a little bit distracting to have all these fibs on here, but hopefully that was helpful. I mean, hopefully that was kind of like seeing that logic here written out. I probably should have written out a little bit more here. Let me do this so you can have this annotated here. Failed to reach midpoint of wick, and then I'll put very bearish up here actually. And then we see that while we did have a bearish breaker here, I didn't want to keep this here because there's a fair value gap here, and if it traded to this fair value gap and then dropped, I would have missed my move here, right? So entry, I guess I should probably turn data series on. So entry there, there you go. It's a little bit easier to see, hopefully. So nice little trade there. 5 contracts can, really get you going. But we see it came to really specific targets. It barely took consequent encroachment there. We noticed that we saw displacement below. We waited for our target to enter. We entered. We had a drawdown of 4 to 10, so 6 handles. Doesn't feel great, but but we did see this form a bearish order block. We came back up into it. This would have been an area to pyramid, and this relative equal low would have been our target. Given that this is Asia, we look for price now that we took out sell side liquidity. What ICT says is if there's a fair value gap below that relative equal low, you want to aim for that fair value gap. So we see that price headed to this, came up, and we created relative equal lows down here too. We'll have to see if we create a short-term high here and then we break back above it. I would expect for us to still head higher. We traded to the midpoint of that new day opening gap to new day opening gap, and we traded down below the fair value gap, and this is the range. Now that we're starting to trade upward from here, this is your initial buy side liquidity. Let me get rid of this. So this is now your initial, once I anticipate this is going to be your initial buy side liquidity, okay? Let me create text up here, initial buy side liquidity. And we'll see this come to fruition. Oops, I need this on all time frames. So initial buy side liquidity up here, and then likely, I don't know, it might continue lower here, but maybe it creates a relative equal low down here, but doesn't take this low out. I would be curious to see what happens there because there's no other imbalances down here that we need to have. So this could trade lower. Maybe it's maybe it continues to down to take out the rest of this buy side imbalance here on the 15-minute. So remember, we do have a new week opening gap here that we traded down to, but whoops, wrong one. So buy side imbalance here. We're respecting this 1 minute buy side imbalance and this rejection block quite well. So what you want to take a look to see now is on this, oops, wrong one. From this tail to the open, do we trade to the midpoint of that tail? And then, or do we stop just short and start to head higher? That would be roughly the first quarter of this new week opening gap. We stopped roughly at the middle on this rundown. So I'm looking to see, do we trade down to that, or do we instantly repel off of the top of this old new week opening gap to head it higher, right? Okay. So right now, I mean, if I were trading Asia, that's exactly all that's all I'm gonna do for this small account, because $31 on one micro is already roughly about 15 handles of profit. And because I'm in drawdown, I want to make sure that I'm taking that profit and taking that as early as I can, because with one micro, you don't have leeway to continue to parlay up into this type of move, right? So so for the time being, I'm going to hold off here, see what it does at new week opening gap, see if it drops down to this 15-minute candle or not, and see what it wants to do, because it's already taken out initial relative equal highs. It's created an initial buy side liquidity, and now we're seeing it's taken out our relative equal lows as well. So we'll see if it has any juice to head lower. Right now, it's been holding very, very nicely here. So we want to see, does it create another short-term high here? And then do we see displacement higher? And then what's going to happen there, right? Like, we took out buy side, we took out sell side. Now there's initial buy side liquidity up here. There's this volume imbalance that still has to be taken. There's this new day opening gap we could reach for. There's the rest of this old new week opening gap there. We need to see, what does it have a penchant to do? Is it very bullish still? Does it want to reach for discount before heading higher, right? a lot of the liquidity, like I mentioned earlier, a lot of this liquidity from a new week opening gap perspective, those gray lines there, they're sitting below us right now. But we do have new day opening gaps, which could be referred to for 5 weeks at a time. And we have those on our charts. Okay. Let me see if there's any questions on here. No questions in the chat. So, I mean, there might not be anybody watching this, but I don't know. If you're still watching this, then more power to you. So that was a really nice move here. So right now we're just trying to read price action here. So entry here at, again, like my trade was enter at the bottom of this sell side imbalance here. We didn't want to see it close above the midpoint here. We wanted to see it drop, which it did. So that gave me some confidence that it was likely to reach for discount or PD arrays. So yeah, I think that this consolidation here, it's usually indicative that we might see, we may see us continue our trek higher from here. 642, we're almost establishing that initial balance range. So if we are not able to take that. Now, one thing I want to bring to your attention here, do you see this low here that hit the very low of that new week opening gap? That low, if this, you see all these relative equal lows forming here, that leads me to believe that it's not done heading lower to take stuff out. I mean, this is just way too clean. I have a feeling this is going to continue lower. Now, what's interesting about this is that we could continue lower. We could continue all the way lower. And if we take this swing to this swing low to this swing high, and we take a look at where optimal trade entry is, below 50%, equilibrium would take us down into this area here. And so that is what I would end up targeting if I were going short from here, which I'm not. But I think it's going to head lower. I think it's primed to head lower. And where? Well, it's going to first take these relative equal lows out. And then if we see a movement higher, then we'll probably see this head back up to this mitigation block. And then if it's very bearish, we will see it head to this mitigation block, trade up to here, reject. Oh, wow. We were right. It is very bearish. Shown up here. So we see that we took out that relative equal low very, very, very much so. And we're going to see, so now we can see on the 15-minute chart that we have traded below the 50% mark here. We'll see how this 15-minute closes in about a few seconds here. And we'll start the last 15 minutes of this first range. And we'll have our, hopefully we'll have our initial sell side liquidity formed then as well. We've seen a short-term low taken out already. We've seen relative equal highs taken out already, but we haven't seen, like, we've seen a short-term low here that formed after 6 o'clock. We saw that taken out, right? So that being said, that is a really nice range which we've formed after 6 o'clock. Now, what we haven't done is we haven't taken out these relative equal highs up here, and we know that there's another new day opening gap. So there's an event horizon around here that we've traded to, and I think price is likely going to head back up here. Maybe it heads down towards this first, but we need to see how. So this closed in the upper quadrant of this tail here, and we opened up. We're trading lower. We can see that it traded down into this midpoint, or it's not quite the midpoint yet, but I think it's going to trade to the midpoint of this 750 to 704 gap, right? What's that midpoint? Midpoint of this new week opening gap here is roughly 19,726. So I want to see how this reacts at this midpoint here, or do we see a change in state of delivery up higher? I'd like to see if this turns into a rejection block for us to take back up to this new week opening gap low, and then this would be the next short opportunity. So we take this peak here to this low, that's roughly equilibrium, right? You can kind of see that range. So that's the next low that I would expect, because we could see buy side. This volume imbalance has sell side covered. Now we would like to see potentially buy side. And if it were to trade above that, that buy side comes all the way to the 61% optimal trade entry area, which is also the low of this this wick down here. There's a mitigation block there, essentially. So I'm looking, does this trade down here? Does it fail to trade down there? If so, then I know it's going to probably head up to here, maybe to the new week opening gap high. And then I'd like to see how this 15-minute candle closes then. So yeah, right now we're in the middle of this range, right? We traded higher. We've made a failure swing low. So we have this high, high, low, higher, high, lower, low, bearish breaker. We broke down from there. Have lots of liquidity beneath us. Lots and lots and lots of liquidity beneath us, right? So I think that potentially that's the draw could be down further low. Jonathan Sung looks like setting up for Asia's long to me. Okay. Let me see if I can read your... But I haven't charted yet. Okay, great. Jonathan Sung, yeah. I like that. I like the Asia low. I think that the draws to the new week opening gap are just a little bit, at the very least, the bottom of this new week opening gap, this old new week opening gap here. At the very least, I think we're going to trade down to that imbalance. There's no other imbalances around here. So that's why I really like that imbalance, and that's within this bullish order block as well. So I think we're going to trade down there. I just want to see, do we trade down into this midpoint down here? Like, this is the midpoint of this new week opening gap. I should probably just create that midpoint. Let me go back to that new week opening gap. So this new week opening gap goes back. See if I have enough data here or not. I might not. Okay. We're in here. Looks like I tried to create that new week opening gap. Let's see where it is. Okay, so that new week opening gap is from July 19th. Okay. July 19th is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's exactly 5 weeks back. So this is the absolute last new week opening gap I want on my charts. Let's do a quick fib here. Give it a nice little swing grade so we can get the appropriate session here. And we now have this. Let's drag this all the way into, oops, did I get the right one? All the way into our new, wait, hold on. 7/19/2024, we want to go into this week. So we want to show up on our charts. So let's go back to our 15-minute chart. Okay, so now we have that new week opening gap showing up. You can see that dotted line here. That's at 50% mark, so I'm going to remove that so we can see a little bit more price action, a little bit clearer here. So you can kind of see how this traded to the midpoint almost, and it failed. Now, if this fails here and we see a movement higher, I could take that as a scalp up to this mitigation block would be 772, 752. So I could probably capture 10 points within this range. If we see a displacement above this area here. Now this is starting to look like relative equal lows down to me. So I'm not going to take a long unless we see displacement higher. We already know that this wick has closed below the top quadrant of it, right? So if it's going to head higher, there's a very good chance that that point is the point where we could head back up to new week opening gap, or at the very least, this mitigation block, right? So we're going to keep this on our charts here. We're going to see, do we close the hour here? Because then if that's the case, this is our initial sell side liquidity, right? Napstone, would you count the imbalance on the 1 minute on August 23rd, 12:51? August 23rd. Okay, let's see. Hold on. August 23rd, 12:51 is... All right, give me a second here. I think it's this one. Okay, gotcha. Would I count that one here? Yes, absolutely. But the problem is that one's all the way down at this old new week opening gap, right? So if I take a look at that, it's down here, right? That's at this old new week opening gap. And what we did was we bounced that level pretty hard, right? Now on the higher time frames, we have rejected there, right? We've seen on the 4-hour chart that we saw us trade higher, boom, sell off, sell off, sell off, and we, oh, I don't have enough data on this one. Let's do 120 days here. Okay. I want to see a little bit more data on this 4-hour chart. So on this 4-hour chart, like we see that when we bounced this weekly level, we finished a market maker sell model. So we're now in a market maker buy model here. So could we potentially head down into that area? Yes. This new week opening gap has bounced quite well. Can it go all the way down there? Well, that's going to be tough because it has to make it through this shift and delivery here. That is going to require some volatility. So I would consider it, keep it on your charts, but keep in mind that, you know, if you're bearish, which it does look quite bearish, we failed to make higher highs, right? But you have to keep in mind, like, we are still in quite a bit of an uptick, right? And if this fails to make lower lows, we are going to head higher. Okay, so here we go. So yes, keep it on the chart, Snapstone, but I wouldn't expect it to necessarily go down there immediately. If you see this really drop well below this area here, then yes, you can start to have it trade below this 15-minute. When it trades below this 15-minute buy side imbalance, if it doesn't immediately jump back up, it might trade below, wait for a 1-minute chart or lower for it to head back to the low of this, and then you can treat that as a, like, see if there's an immediate rebalance lower. If it does, then it's going to aim for this and scream for this one. But for now, we're holding our thoughts because we haven't had a chance, and this failed. Look at that. So this new week opening gap midpoint here, this failed to reach and make a lower low. What does that mean? That means, but we haven't displaced higher yet, right? I'd prefer to see maybe it wants to take these out once more. And let me do one thing here. Let's see. All right, so let me create. So this is looking like it's going to turn into our initial sell side liquidity. I'm going to put this here, assuming it's not going to drop anymore, but initial sell side liquidity here. And what we're going to do is with that initial sell side liquidity, oh, whoops, I probably should have put that on the big chart. Let's do this. Initial sell side liquidity here. So what we want to do with initial sell side liquidity is we want to draw this out until, well, for the session you can use this, but I'm going to draw this all the way out to 4 p.m. End of the day, because you'll see that these levels end up being referred to throughout the day. So I'm going to draw those out for the rest of the day. You can draw them out just for the session, but I'm going to keep those on my charts so that they're a little bit further, okay? So initial buy side liquidity up here, initial sell side liquidity down here, and we failed to reach the consequent encroachment down there. So either we're going to be in for a quick slow grind up here and then a massive sell-off to take out sell side liquidity. And look at what's here too. We have relative equal lows, right? So if this takes relative equal lows, but barely touches the midpoint of that old new week opening gap, I do have a feeling that that would be a really nice setup for a bullish breaker to head higher up to this area of liquidity that we came down to before. Let's see what we got. So, yep, no rush. Okay, Jonathan Song, yeah, no rush. But yeah, let's see. Let's see where, so 7 o'clock. This is our 7 o'clock area here. And yeah. We are gonna see how that turns out. Let's see where this is. This low is 19,731.50. Let's get that exact there. Great. All right, so this is your initial range, right? So whatever you do with this range now, this is exactly what you want to see. Textbook Asia session. This is like the best that you have exactly this setup, because now what you can do is you can take that entire range from this low to this high, and you know that, okay, once we take liquidity here, oh man, is it going to run this? Okay, I want to see, does it run this relative equal low down here and then kind of like mess with our initial sell side liquidity? It's funny how it's trying to do this. Funny how it's trying to do this right during the last couple minutes here. So we see that we traded above this short-term high. We failed to make a lower low. We traded above that short-term high, but we didn't really displace. We're now within this buy-side imbalance here, and it's really just accumulating. It traded up into this area of distribution, right? So we are in a smaller market maker sell model right now, and it's likely it's going to run for this relative equal low here, okay? So I can denote this down here, relative equal lows, sell side liquidity, and I think this initial sell side liquidity, well, let's see in 51 seconds if this holds, because if it does, then we're definitely creating this relative equal lows down here to be taken at some point. I don't know when, but to be taken at some point in this area, okay? So we kind of have to wait and see what happens at 7 o'clock. I'm looking to see, does it form an accumulation here and then maybe take this out real quick? All right, so 15 seconds. I'm hoping that this ends up not taking, oh no, don't do it, don't do it. 5 seconds. Only, oh, look at that. Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. Look at that. Okay, great. So now it took, so that was unfortunate because, all right, so we have our 7 o'clock close. This is the true initial sell side liquidity. It took that in the minute following. So we're going to treat this as the new minute. This is the new hour. So you can kind of see that blue dotted line shows us 7 o'clock. All right, so now what do we have? Low, high, lower, low, which took out relative equal lows, right? So we're going to mark this. Relative equal lows taken out 7:01 p.m. All right, so now we need to see, this is still our initial sell side liquidity, so you want to keep those on your charts. Lion's Fit, is it reacting? Is it you reacting to 1842 to 1843. 1842. Oh, lovely. Yes, absolutely. That was a volume imbalance here. This was the only imbalance in this whole area. So good catch there. Still very, very nice. Nice volume imbalance there. So very good catch, Lines Fit. Jonathan Sung. Well, I was wrong about that being a returning bus for a long. Don't discount your long yet. Just note that we've taken out relative equal lows both here and here. What is our swing projection telling us, right? So from this swing low to up, I'm going to need to give this a little bit more room here. I'm going to get rid of this range because now you know that's the range. But look at what happens when you take this projection. You project this low, and actually the technical swing would have been this low here. So technically should be right here. But look at what happens when you have this swing projection from this low to this high. And then what does it reach down to? Exactly one standard deviation. Exactly, like almost to the tick there, right? If I'd used this low here, it's slightly below, but watch what happens here. Do we start to see movement higher because we've taken, I'm going to get rid of this swing projection here. I just wanted you to see that because it is really fantastic to see that work out. So we've taken out this short-term low. We've crafted and set up this 19,716 to 19,705, less than, about 11 point range down there. So you can kind of see that on a 15-minute scale, it's taken out this low here, and we are now seeking to see, does it want to hold here? Do we want to accumulate and then see displacement higher, or are we going to see it continue lower? My guess is that it's going to continue lower because these are now relative equal lows. This has been liquidity that's been sitting there for quite some time. And what else is here, right? Remember, at the beginning of the stream, we talked about this 15-minute buy-side imbalance, which is left open. So I would say that we have the definite probability of heading down here. If we head higher, then we'll head towards this 15-minute buy-side imbalance. But look at where the midpoint is and look at what else is there, right? So that midpoint is at the same level as our pre new week opening gap relative sell side liquidity, right? We'll call this minor sell side liquidity, right? We've taken that out already, but there's also a midpoint here. So if you are going to see this head higher, it doesn't look like it's going to do it yet, right? We can't quite go long just yet. We haven't seen a nice displacement and shift in state of delivery. We still see that sell side continues to be taken. There's a high likelihood that this is going to get taken next. And we're going to aim for what? This area here. Now, if we take a look at the entire swing, that sell side, I'm going to draw this over here. You can see the numbers a little bit better, but you can kind of see how this buy side imbalance, the remaining bit about it, is in something called an optimal trade entry area. So when you have confluence like this, where you have sell side liquidity, hasn't been taken yet, buy side imbalance, sell side inefficient, optimal trade entry, none of these other imbalances are there. And then one other confluence that I want you to pay attention to. All right. This bullish order block, I want to take you from this wick high. I want you to grade that and look at what happens here, okay? So and let me draw this out a little. Let me get rid of the get rid of this other one here. So you know that there's a optimal trade entry in there, right? So if I take a look at this wick high, oops, that's a little bit too high. I want that wick on the bullish order block down here. This midpoint happens to be what? Roughly the 61% retracement. The midpoint of this wick happens to be at the 61% retracement level. So I would keep very close attention at 19,680 if you're planning on going long. That is a level you want to see it engage this buy side imbalance, maybe wick through this, wick down to 19,680, and then start to see on the lower time frames a bullish breaker on that area. Now, when can this happen? This could happen at 7:30. This could happen at 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock time frame. I'll look to see if this happens between maybe 8. Maybe this like continues to draw down until maybe 7:30 or 8 o'clock, and then we'll see if it from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. We're gonna see, does it want to shift its state there. I'm done trading the performance accounts for now. I might trade a long on the evaluation accounts if I get it. But this is where I would be looking for. Okay, so I would recommend you mark that 19,680 level. I'm going to take it off of my charts, but that's roughly where I would expect it to go next. That's an internal range liquidity, okay? So what else is set up now? Now that we've taken this, we've got some high here, but we have an outstanding bearish order block and a movement to this daily new day opening gap and this old new day opening gap left too. But notice how we're trading into this new week opening gap, right? So I'm seeing the bodies of these respect it for the time being. So far, the 15-minute candle bodies, so far, I mean, this has 6 minutes to close, but I want to see if the body respects this, and then maybe we wick down here, take this out, and I don't know. If it closes there, then I would look to see if there's responsiveness at this new week opening gap low. Do we take that low out and just barely peek into this buy side imbalance, maybe the midpoint of this? If it's bullish, I would not want to see it grow below this midpoint there, even though we have that previous buy side imbalance way down here. If it's bullish, I would not want to see it go much below 680, right? 19,680. Heavy duty 19,680 is in the first fair value gap of the month of August as well. ICT covered it in the 24 mentorship, very responsive level. Oh, interesting. Okay. I haven't looked through the 2024 mentorship like deeply. I did see his latest like, so I'm not all the way through them. I just haven't had time because I have to do like actual work stuff too. But being able to trade Asia, take 10-15 handles out, do that consistently each day, that's going to help me be able to, trade well. And that was just, me reading price, right? If you roll back from the beginning, I was saying exact levels that I was looking for. I told you in advance what I'm looking for when this breaks down, right? And I told you exactly where I was going to enter and took profit exactly where I thought it could go to. Now, did it go further? Yes, absolutely. But, okay, so now this one, okay, so it looks like we are seeing a little bit of displacement higher above this high here. Let's see if it actually displaces above this high, though. It does, just by a little bit, okay? Is that enough for me to go long? Not yet. Could be going higher to pick up these orders and heading lower. We are in deeper discount, though. We've taken 1, 2, So I would expect this third one to be taken. Power of 3 gives me an idea that it could trade up here and then trade lower, but we'll see. Jonathan Sung. Oh yeah, you can get 30 to 50 points during Sydney and Asia. 100% good moves there, just different from London, New York. Yes, it moves a lot slower than London and New York. I would be careful about this one. We have such close relative equal lows down here. I'm skeptical of this run up. Now, if we see it displace above here, that's a different story. We can use this as a sell side imbalance in a deep discount, and we can use this if we see a close above this candle. All right, this is going to be interesting. If we see a close above this candle, we could potentially use this as an inversion fair value gap. Okay, we took out sell side liquidity. Boom, boom, boom. And we can treat this candle here as a bullish breaker. Remember, I told you we were looking for that, right? So I'm looking to see, does this candle displace above this bullish breaker? Then I would expect to see us trade down into this whole down close candle and bounce off of the top of this inversion fair value gap. It could trade to the midpoint here. That's the midpoint of this bullish breaker. But then I would look to see, does it have room to trade up into this new week opening gap low? Or is it destined to head even higher? But I would only take a trade to this mitigation block at most on this if we get this. Now, right now, it traded to that sell side imbalance in a discount, right? And it's currently rejecting, but it may not reject. Let's see. Yeah, man, need more proof. Yep, exactly. Need a little bit more proof. And all right, so we're rejecting from there. We went to the consequent encroachment, rejected. Went a little bit above that, still rejected. We closed below that. So, but the 15-minute candle has been one of the first green candles in a while. So you kind of see that around where that volume imbalance is the low of that SIBI. So if we go above here and trade just a little bit above and sell off, I do not consider this to be a valid bullish breaker in that sense. We have to see displacement well above that and return to it, and maybe a immediate rebalance off the top of that bullish breaker, or a or we see it go into the midpoint of that bullish breaker. What do you call that gap from 19,735 downwards to the prior candle? 19,735. This one here? Okay, so I don't know if I would call that gap anything other than a potential inversion fair value gap if we trade down to it, right? So this is a sell side imbalance, a deep discount sell side imbalance, right? So what else is there? We do see that we've closed above it. There's a volume imbalance in there that we could head back down to, but it's a sell side imbalance, but it's in a discount, so it's hard to really consider that as a valid imbalance for us to take. It's just way too far low. We're in too deep of a discount. Could it be used in the future? Yes, absolutely. We have this volume imbalance inside of it as well. This could be referred to, right? We have a handful of different arrays on the 1 minute time frame for now. Could we refer to the volume imbalance there? Absolutely. Usually, I don't like this forming because I don't think this really has enough juice to be a true bullish breaker. If this is a low, high, and then it goes even lower, I would expect that to be a little bit more feasible. But I don't think that this is a breaker right now because we did not trade above this area just yet. So I don't think that it's going to reach above here into this old volume imbalance. I could be wrong, but look at where it traded to. It didn't get to that midpoint anymore. So you can kind of see how it's referring to that volume imbalance now. And we failed to reach above that area. So we have relative equal lows down here. Yes, we have relative equal lows down here as well. We've traded to those already. And if I can go grab, oh, dang. I copied this. Where's the end of this? Go until 6 p.m. I'd rather this go a little bit shorter. And we can kind of like see this here. Okay. So notice how it failed from there. So this no longer validates the bearish breaker. We are likely going to head further down towards these relative equal lows. Look at this form. Like, so right at 7 o'clock, relative equal lows formed. You have that on your chart here. We came up to an internal range liquidity. Body, thank you. Yep. Came up, internal range liquidity, continued to sell off. And then you have another relative equal low sell side liquidity after 7 o'clock, right? So this one's even closer, 716 to 705, right? This is about a 10-point range. We'll see if we go down to take it, but I think it would make sense for us to trade down to there. So again, 680, I like that level a lot. I don't want to see us trade down to this if we're bullish, because that would mean that we are not so bullish. And this shift in state of delivery doesn't really count there. I really like the 680 level here. I like this area to look for potential moves, right? Now, what we're doing right here, we're in an accumulation right now. So we had the end of a market maker sell model, right? So we have shift in state of delivery, boom. First accumulation, second accumulation, back to first accumulation. Third accumulation, we took out this high here, terminus. Now we have a sell model opening up from our new week opening gap movement higher. So distribution, first stage distribution, heads down below this. We have a second stage distribution. And terminus would be potentially this here, potentially this here. Let's see. We are trading liquidity to liquidity, and we're seeing that the sell side liquidity is still being respected here. Now, look at that as well. That sell side imbalance was not respected here. So I'm going to remove it for now. But notice how we came up into that volume imbalance. That we failed to reach the midway point of this. So that leads me to believe it's quite bearish still. So I think we're going to end up selling down to this 15-minute buy-side imbalance. Now, we're in so much of a discount that I don't feel comfortable entering a short, right? It didn't make sense to me. I'd much rather see this go down quickly and see a change in state of delivery. That's what I'm more so looking for, even though I could probably scalp this down, get, our 28 down to 16, maybe down to 04, get some of those shorts there. But the problem with that is, again, like, you're looking for a late market maker sell model scalp. So if you're going to do that, you need to make sure that it's really, really going to have enough juice to head down there, because it could head all the way back up here, retrace all the way back up here before heading down to finish that off. So at this point, because you're in so much of a discount, you just have to be careful. If you're scalping, do it at green candles, do it at You can see volume imbalances here. They're forming all the time, right? There's another one down here. Volume imbalances are essentially gaps, right? So yeah, you can see them being respected here. See it being respected here, here as well. So we wait right now. So right now it's 7 o'clock. We need to see these relative equal lows taken out first before we consider going long. Now, these are also relative equal lows, so I'd prefer seeing this new week opening gap taken out first. Now, there's another new week opening gap that has a new day opening gap down here. So could it go all the way down there? Yes, absolutely. And that's where you'll know that, hey, if it goes all the way down there, you're going to target not only this buy side imbalance, but also the new week opening gap, the midpoint, and we'll see what happens at that 19,616, 19,615 level, if that's the case. See if it takes that out as a rejection block and heads higher, or if we indeed see movement lower. But yeah, on the grand scheme of things, we are still in a nice consolidation range. So you can't quite expect it to drop like crazy right now, although that's what I would prefer. We are still here just watching and waiting, looking at price action, seeing what happens, and adjusting to this. So no trades yet in this area, okay? It's just a waiting game now, so. See what some other people are saying right now. But that was a really beautiful swing projection, though. I'm gonna have to take 2 contracts next time and let's see. It might be printing a weekly tail. Yeah, absolutely. You look at the weekly chart. I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, we have this whole imbalance here that we could see institutional order flow and true drill, and then head up towards this weekly imbalance there. I don't know, right? Like we've already touched on this imbalance and rejected from there. So it's possible that we reject off of there this week, head lower, and aim for that buy side imbalance because there's now a buy side imbalance on the way up. Now, I would prefer that we had traded up to this sell side imbalance because there's still some left there before we head lower. But if we're going to be bullish, we'll trade down into this buy side imbalance on the weekly chart. Okay, so we traded past the midpoint of that wick. Again, we're seeing it respect that volume imbalance here. We're seeing price trade very, very heavily inside of these volume imbalances here as well, right? Get this a little cleaner here. Same with this one. Okay, so that's our 1 minute chart. So notice all that within, you know, that run of 15 handles was pretty simple. Within the first half hour. So at 8:30, I saw that the next range to be targeted was happening at 8:30, which is another key time that ICT mentions as well. Every hour, particularly 7 o'clock, is 7 to 7:30. This is what we kind of want to see. What sets up at 7:30? So we're trading back up to the high of that sell side imbalance. We've completely rebalanced that sell side imbalance. So let's see, do we continue to trade higher? If so, that would leave this to be slightly open as relative equal lows. And we'd have to see, does it spike up to get some shorts squeezed real quick and then come back down and viciously take that out? I don't know. Let's see. Right now, the 15-minute is there. And we need to see, does it hold, right? We closed above this sell side imbalance as well. Let's see what we do at this imbalance next. $7.30. Man, I gotta make dinner still. Still streaming. Sorry, I have to tell the wife I'll make food in a little bit. In other words, though, 1 micro is all for like 10, 15 handles. It's not a lot, but I don't have the luxury. I don't have the leeway anymore with being in so big of a drawdown. I will be creating my own cash account though. The prop firms are good for leverage. Like if I take, whatever, what was this? I made $31 times 9 accounts. That's $279, right? So pretty solid there. If you put it in perspective, then that's a decent amount. Like, that's groceries for a week or two. Maybe groceries for 1 week for a family. So keep that in perspective, right? 1 micro could potentially be enough for groceries for you if you have enough accounts. Obviously, you need to be able to pass these Apex accounts, and they've been under a lot of fire here. There's lots of people that when there's no communication, it's kind of a bad look, but they've been good to me. I'm totally fine with them, and I'm hoping I can pass one more 300K account so I can have 10 accounts. I just like that even number for copy trading. And all right, so we have some interestings happening now. 728. Let's see if we just if we keep staying below that sell side imbalance's midpoint, and then we drop. That will be kind of like key for me to see that, hey, we aren't likely to bolt up higher. Now, what I would be weary of is if I see a nice big candle and reject immediately from here, I would look to see if there's a change in state of delivery here. If there's like maybe a high and then a lower high, failed swing, fair value gap, back up to the mitigation block, and then take that lower to take out these relative equal lows. That's what I might be looking for next. From this swing high to this swing low, because that would be roughly 50% of the way, and that would get us to equilibrium. We would be taking out some last minute shorts, late shorts. We would squeeze them out essentially. That would be optimal trade entry. We would get to a mitigation block, and there's a sell side imbalance, and there's a new week opening gap low, right? So you can start to see how all of these start to stack up the more you look at these, right? So I'm trying to frame this trade out for you in that I'm still looking short because I haven't seen displacement higher yet. And I also see the 15-minute sell side imbalance sitting there right now, right? We have mostly closed above the midpoint of this new week opening gap. So you want to keep that in mind. Jonathan Sugg, my Forex funding is good too. Their starters are priced well. Awesome. Lovely. Yeah. I think I have MFFU. I think I got accidentally, like, I don't know, some dude if it's MFFU, then some dude like banned me from their Discord because I laughed at I did a LOL to one of my friends who was in there like talking crap. And I think a dude named Fabio ended up banning me for no reason. So if it's MFFU that you're talking about, like they're kind of lame. My funded futures, let's see. Oh, MFF. Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked up their stuff here, but I'm sure they have sales as well. Yeah, it looks like their 50K is pretty solid. $80 a month, 1,200 loss limit, 2,500 max drawdown. If I recall correctly, though, I think your daily loss limit ends up blowing your account if you go below the daily loss limit. So you have to be careful with that one. Lions Fit. For me, I have to take 2 or more contracts, micros or minis, so I can take a partial. This way, I can move my stop loss to break even and be profitable after taking my partial. That's awesome, Lions. I, I commend that, right? Like, I think that's fantastic when you are able to. The problem is like, I was up quite a bit from my drawdown, and I let myself go do some non-disciplined trading, and so I went from about 616, like basically $500 left in drawdown before blowing the account, to up about almost 2,000 and then back down to here. It was just a really weird time where I was trying to trade. I was trying to force a trade. I got fed up because I couldn't trade and find a trade like during the daytime between meetings, because all my meetings, they take up like all the best times. I have to go to work 7 8 a.m. I can't trade 9:30 in New York Open. 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock I often have meetings, so I'm left with noon session. Maybe I find a macro, but oftentimes I have so many meetings throughout the day that I can't even take a trade anymore. So Asia is the only time that I potentially can kind of focus in now and look for a small like set of trades. So um Lions Fit, bravo to you for bringing your accounts back from the dead. Nice job. Thank you. And that's the thing, like I can only risk like one contract. It's all that my account is allowed to risk. If you think about it, like if you think about it, let's say that your stop loss is 12 handles. 12 times 1 times 4 times 0.5. You lose $24 every single time you make a loss. So it's really, you don't have that many more losses. If you only have $500, that's 20 trades that you have left if you lose one micro with 12 handles lost. So you only have so many trades. You have to protect that capital, and that means going back down to basics, going back down to 1 micro. And if you know how to trade, then you're fine. You can look for specific setups like this, take your trades. You don't have to do anything more than like a 1 minute or 15 minute, as I showed you here. You don't have to go for the daily range during Asia. In fact, you can't. It's not going to be conducive for you too, right? It's a different style of trading, but over time, I mean, you can see with Sim, I traded 5 contracts on NASDAQ, and I was still able to generate a really nice, sizable income on 1 account. And so it's just a matter of time before you're able to do this, and you need the right size. You need to have enough buffer. So it just takes time. I've come to terms with this, and I know I'm able to keep these accounts alive, but it's going to take some time. Jonathan Sung, me too. They call it victory disease. It's like when Napoleon went into Russia. Yeah, you feel invincible, right? Everyone's been there as a trader. Even if you feel like you've had a nice streak where you're calling the markets well, if you like, I had to go off of live stream for so long because I needed to go back to basics, go back to studying, go back to annotating my charts like this. I had to go back to annotating them, going back and reading price action, going back through, making sure like, hey, like what I knew before, it's like re-solidified in that too. That helped me a lot. That helped me a lot, and it's definitely helped me look for opportunities in Asia, but not be okay with not looking for like big opportunities, even though this would have been a really banger trade from like 19804, 94, 84, 74. That would have been a really nice trade. It could have just come down here and then bounced, though. It didn't. It went the entire range, but you can't do much with one contract. That's just the name of the game. But copy trading that one contract across 9 accounts, you have scale, and that's what you can do with Apex. You can get 2 two accounts even. You know, basically two accounts. You could trade two micros. That's 30, $60 right there. That's enough for internet bill each month, right? So stuff like that is where you need to really put the micros into perspective. It's a lot of money that you make. With my live account, I'm going to be funding a live account with AMP futures, and I'll be leveraging that so I can take larger swings with micros. You want to make sure if you're going to do a live account, you need to have enough money, you need to have enough practice and enough discipline for you to be able to make that move. I like AMP futures because it can connect with TradingView, and then I can manually, like on my mobile, I can manually adjust the stop loss and take profit. I really, really, really don't like Tradeovate's integration with TradingView. I think they purposefully chose not to use that functionality. You have to start with a bracket order, and it's so annoying to enter. I'd rather enter, limit, market, and be able to set my stop loss quickly and set my take profit quickly. I hate that Apex's Tradeovate account does that. It's just really annoying. So I do not recommend Tradeovate on Apex. You can use it if you're good with managing the trades. I'm just not that good with it. So yeah, kind of annoying there. So you see this kind of accumulation here, right? It's not taking any highs. It's just waiting. It's biding its time. What is it biding its time for? 8 o'clock, potentially. Time of day, 8 o'clock, this area. We should see if we break above here. We should see if we break down below, take out more stops, and take out this area too. Lions Fit, great discipline, Johnny. I'm working on mine. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, the thing that really helps is trading sim. Like if you have 2 losses on the day, like you just have to sit there and be like, okay, I traded with 5 contracts, I lost, full stop. I went down to 2 contracts, I lost, full stop. Having rules where you stop trading live accounts and you go back to trading sim on that particular day, it's really important. And then like journaling about that day. I took all my losses and I journaled about them. And that really helped me understand, hey, why am I trying to go long when we're taking out relative equal highs already? Why am I trying to go short in a huge discount, right? You might be able to capture some movement here, sure. But is it going to be the appropriate movement? I don't think so. Look at this fail, too, by the way. We'll see if this actually fails, but we can kind of see how it's been trading up and down through that. I'm going to remove that one because it's traded up and down through that already. It has traded through this one as well. So I'm going to remove those volume imbalances. This one has not yet. So we want to extend this one out further. Okay. Because it could refer back to this. It hasn't had enough time to go up into that volume imbalance yet. Okay. 1 second. The wife wants to call. I'm gonna tell her I need to stream till 9 o'clock. Jonathan Sung, any thoughts on holding sessions during the weekday, Asia's? Yes. I think it's a lot safer to hold the session on a cash account only. If you see a week that has an economic event on Tuesday or Thursday, like for instance, we all know the weekly profile has power of 3, right? So on and so forth. But on a week like this, you have economic events on Tuesday, and then a week economic event on Thursday and Friday, right? So this kind of structure leads me to believe that we'll likely see a low of week or a high of week on Tuesday, and then we'll likely see, stops in the other direction taken out on Thursday, potentially. So I like this setup for a Tuesday low or high of week. In that case, if you know that you saw this weekly candle, you see these daily candles like kind of form here. The problem with this area is that it can stay within this range for longer than you can stay solvent. So it could just take liquidity to liquidity to liquidity to liquidity, right? That's the issue with that, right? You don't know what could happen there. You also know that come gosh, what date is it? FOMC is coming up in September 18th. That's going to be the big mover. It's going to tell us, do we reach up into this and sell off? Do we see rate cuts and then everyone's expecting it to go higher, but the market just sells off like crazy? September 18th is what it's going to do. So can it, on the daily chart, can it consolidate here? Absolutely it can. Can it reach up higher for that weekly sell side imbalance? Absolutely it can. So it's a tricky area here. The inner circle acolyte. Hi, how do you deal with tilt? This is an awesome question. So what you have to do, if you go through ICT's risk management videos, there's something that he does where if you take let's say you take a 4 contract starter position, every time you make a full stopped out loss, you lower your contracts by half until you make back half of what you lost. If you take a second trade and you've already halved your accounts and you take another full loss, that's when you just kind of just hold off for that session, come back in the afternoon session if you must trade again, and then half your position once more. Now you're down to 1 micro. Trade in the afternoon session if you see an appropriate setup. And if you make back half of what you lost, then you can size back up to 2 contracts. Try to make back half of what you lost before. So it's that lowering of your risk curve that helps you reduce tilt, because you lose less every single time. Even if you don't get back to green, you lose less. So you're lowering your equity and risk drawdown curve. 2 trades, 3 maximum. If you're starting with 4 contracts, if you're starting with 2 contracts, you can only go down to 1 contract, right? So you have to be really careful with how you manage your risk, because you don't want to keep losing money that day, because something is wrong. You're whatever you're seeing, you're missing something on that particular day. So you need to just hold off, have that discipline to be like, all right, you know what? This morning session's kind of crazy. Let me sit back, identify where the next relative equal highs might be. Look for a movement opposite that for a Judas swing. Look for a displacement, change in state of delivery. Look for a fair value gap 2024 model. Something like that. You need to hold off and just be disciplined about stopping trading. Like, that is it. That's all you can do. Otherwise, you're going to keep on trading. Oh, what do we got here? So we traded back to the midpoint of this sell side imbalance, and it looks like we might trade back up maybe to that volume imbalance. And then that would be the sell side imbalance here. So you're going to watch out. Watch out for institutional order flow entry drill around that volume imbalance. Do we trade up barely into that and then head lower? Do we trade up to this midpoint and fail? Do we trade up to the midpoint all the way up to there and then fail? Do we just trade all the way through this and keep going higher? I don't know. It's tough to say right now, but this looks like the start of a displacement. Come back up into this gap, wick back down, second stage distribution. This is what it looks like to me. Let's see. So hopefully that was helpful, Inner Circle Acolyte. Hopefully that was Jonathan Sung got to go. Thanks again, boss. Yeah, good to have you, man. I hope to be able to come do this a little bit more frequently. Fingers crossed if the wife lets me, but I'll try to get back on live again. I've gotten my mojo back, so it'll be good. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Beautiful delivery there. Straight up to the volume imbalance and then immediate rejection there. So let's see how this closes next, okay? So we took out these relative equal highs up there. We went into this sell side imbalance, institutional order flow entry drill. Look at that. So it went up there, went up for maybe a point, 2 points, instant rejection. So I would be starting to look to see if this starts to reject or has big displacement below here. If so, then I might take a scalp. Okay, let me go back. I missed a couple of calls. No. I mean, will you consider holding streams? Oh, I see. Will you consider holding streams? My bad. Sometimes. If anything, I would take off most of my position. Leave my stream. Leave the position on in profit if I take my stop loss and just let it go. Like, definitely would do that. Sorry, 1 second. Any experience with alpha futures? I actually have not traded with alpha futures. I have not heard good things about alpha futures. But they are something that uses Prop Firm Plus, and I do know that if I recall correctly, there's like a, I don't know if that's a free one or not, but if I recall correctly, I have not heard good things about alpha futures. Something about them not paying out. So be careful with that one. Jonathan Sung, whoop, all the algo alerts firing off. Got to go again. Thanks, boss. All right, good to see you, brother. All right, so I appreciate you if this has been helpful. Just walking through price action. I don't know who else is going to be trading Asia with me, but I have a 9-to-5 job. I cannot trade during the day. It is impossible. So I need to be able to trade Asia, and so I'm going to be back testing a lot of Asia during the weekends, during the evenings. I'm going to catch up with ICT stuff whenever I can. He's trading during New York session with Caleb. Caleb's new video is going to come out soon. I don't know. All right, we're seeing a little bit of movement higher, but no displacement, right? So just be careful here. We don't see displacement. We just see a kind of like a run up like this. Just be careful when it gets to that new week opening gap low and the midpoint of this 15-minute sell side imbalance. Jonathan Sung, apologies. The question was, will you consider holding YouTube trading streams during the weekday Asia session? As I've noticed you stream on Sundays. I see. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll try to. I want to learn the Asia session and do well within it so I can take 10, 15, points and be done. If I can trade more, great. But yeah, I would definitely, I'll probably trade during Asia streams. Not during London. I can't get good sleep for my workplace, and probably not during New York because I just can't do that. Unless I'm on PTO, then I'll stream New York and trade the big sessions. It'll be a lot of fun. But yeah, I'll definitely trade Asia some more. I'll have to negotiate that with the wife. So maybe it's not every single day Asia. Maybe it's only like 2 days out of the week or 3 days out of the week or something like that. But as you can kind of see, you can catch some pretty good moves if you can just read price action and just get practice reading price action. So now it's 7:50 p.m. We barely took out that volume imbalance there, and we're slowly creeping up. So I have a feeling that this is going to do a slow creep up to this area, and then maybe at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, we might see it spike up to here. And then if we see immediate rejection and see a nice displacement, then you can take that lower to target 19,700. Okay. That's what I would do if you're trading Asia later than me. I can't stay longer than that because just my schedule, I have to do a lot of work as well. So, but right now you can kind of see we haven't taken a trade since 6:30 p.m. right? We saw a setup, we took it, it worked out in our favor, and we stopped there. This is plenty. 5 contracts on NASDAQ is plenty. You don't need more than that, right? I could do that on my 300K accounts and be done, right? So, but I don't want to do that. I want to copy with the lowest account. I want to copy trade with the lowest leverage possible because one, I'm not as experienced with Asia, but I still want to use it to read price action. Two, I want to make sure that I apply the lessons from Michael well. I want to do it the appropriate way, right? I don't know if he came in one time and I was really grateful for that. He came in when I was still too early, probably streaming a little bit too early. I had to go back and really get humbled. See, and I'm sure if he sees this, I'm sure he'll be laughing. But yeah, definitely had to get humbled first. I no longer full ports evaluations either. So if you're going off of so if you're going to my Apex, I appreciate that if you're even clicking on my link, but I got a code called Johnny, Jonny. If you're using that code to get buy accounts on Apex, I would wait for Labor Day sales. There's probably going to be a better Labor Day sale than right now. This isn't bad, but there's probably going to be like something better during Labor Day, so I'd wait for that one. If you don't want to, you can buy one, it's fine. The 25Ks are very overrated how quickly you can get to payouts on that one. You don't need, like, you can use 1 or 2 or 3 micros and get $100 a day and get to this trailing threshold very, very quickly. Like, if I were to do things over, I would just get the 25K accounts because they're the cheapest and like get like 10 of those, 20 of those, and just copy trade those 1 or 2 or 3 micros a day. This will get you to payouts so much faster than any of these other accounts. Do I have 300Ks? Do I have those type of accounts? Absolutely. I do, right? Right now I have, let me get logged back in and see. I don't remember how many I have, but PA charts. I've 250Ks, 150Ks, 250K accounts, and then 300K accounts. So leverage wise, more than enough leverage. I don't need any more leverage than that. It is ridiculous to think that I need any more than that. But yeah, so yeah. You do not need anything more than that. Let's see. Jonathan Sung will use it soon. Right now, I'm trying to pass one more with MFFU. Awesome. Yeah, I've heard good things about MFFU because they pay out much better. There's no activation fee and no rebilling once funded. Yes, they had like a 50 or 49% off sale, and that's one of the best things. You don't have to pay again when you're there. But Apex does teach you really good rules. If you can trade with discipline, Apex does do an excellent job giving you really discipline, like forcing you to be very disciplined with your trades and taking profit when you can. Awesome. Good luck, Jonathan. I hope you pass the MFFU because I've heard great things. My colleagues, they are expert traders. They love MFFU because they pay out much faster than Apex. So yeah, that's one good thing there. Inner Circle Acolyte, would it be okay to take us through that trade you took earlier, the why behind it? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, cool. So let's do that while we're waiting. You can kind of tell that it's doing what I was expecting it to do. It's kind of like stair-stepping up into this area here. We'll look for shorts when we get there. Jonathan, daily limit locks out for the day, but the max limit will blow the account. Yep, I heard that too. Okay, so let's go through the trade earlier. Okay, so before this trade happens, okay, let's say we're just starting the day, so you create your new week opening gaps, and you see if you have these on your charts, the new day opening gaps as well, you can have those. Aim for 5 maximum. So 5 new week opening gaps on your chart maximum, 5 new day opening gaps on your chart maximum. Within the day, when the 15-minute chart started, you only get to see this, right? You don't even know that it's formed yet. Now you have this first 15 minutes going. So what I have on my charts prior to that, right? What do I have prior to this happening? I have this initial relative equal high. So it's way far back here. I see relative equal highs up here. And do I see relative equal lows? Not really. Not on the 15-minute chart. This is a little bit too far away to be considered relative equal highs or relative equal lows. But I do see this here. So I think that price is likely going to draw up there first. What happens? First 15-minute candle. I see a volume imbalance on the 15-minute as well, right? So I pointed those two areas of liquidity out. This relative equal high and this volume imbalance. Okay? So you see that first 15 minutes, you see that take it out right there, and you see it fail, right? So relative equal highs, buy side liquidity taken out, volume imbalanced, wicked through. You want to be annotating your charts like this so you can take a screenshot and save it somewhere, right? I use OneNote myself, but you want to take a screenshot of this as you annotate it live. So now I see this high here, and I'm thinking, okay, this wicked down. So I tick the 50% mark, and you can go back, like just go back and watch this stream. I literally walk you through the trade as I'm taking it. But essentially, I don't want to see if this is taken buy side liquidity. I'm looking for evidence of a short now. Does it show us anything there? No. It took us a little bit lower, but nothing there yet, right? Now I'm looking at what happens next, and I see this failure to reach the midpoint. So I'm going to move this back here. Fail to reach the midpoint of this wick. That, to me, is very bearish. It's a failure swing, essentially, right? So what happens is I see this type of displacement, right? So I'm thinking, okay, high, low, higher, high. This could be a bearish breaker. I see 1 minute sell side imbalance here, one here, larger one here, and it goes all the way down to these volume imbalances. So naturally, I had a setup here where I could think, okay, could it come up to here? Yes. But if it's very bearish, it's not going to make it above this midpoint here. So I wanted to start my entry here. You'll see that I enter limit right there at 19804.25. And I see that price rides up here and it sells off. Immediately, I see that feedback that it's willing to go lower. So now I took my first profit at this volume imbalance and this relative equal low, right? Second profit I take at the midpoint of this new week opening gap. Third profit at this relative equal lows that we identified prior to going in, all right? So on the 1 minute chart, we identified a relative equal low minor sell side liquidity. And on the 15-minute chart, we had this relative equal high. If you remember, we talked about that as well. So that is all that I did to outline this trade, and that's it. Could I have done a swing projection and let it ride lower? Absolutely, I could. But I didn't want to because I don't trade Asia as much, and I don't know what could happen. Now, look at this stair step up, right? I'm still not seeing major, and you kind of see what happened there, right? So you can see us stair stepping to the midpoint. So watch for 19,770, around 770, 775 area. Watch out for that. We have this minor sell side liquidity. This can turn into a mitigation block, so we're really watching out for that as well. I will be looking to see if I can take a look for a short here. I hope that was helpful, Inner Circle Acolyte. But go back and watch like it live as I'm doing it. It's going to be a little bit better for you to watch that one live, and then chart it yourself as well. So right now I'm looking at this, seeing if we reach up to that. So this as a mitigation block, this relative equal low, minor sell side liquidity. I'm seeing if this treats it like a mitigation block and immediately sells off, or if we get to trade up to new week opening gap and then immediately sell off from there. I'm watching to see if that happens. Okay. I like that as a optimal trade entry, because if you take this swing high to this swing low, optimal trade entry drill is up here in this area. There's a volume imbalance up here. You can see this clearly. Okay, so look for us to trade up into this volume imbalance area potentially. Now we're at the 50% mark, but there's a new week opening gap here. And we're going to see, does it want to reject from here? I'd like to see a high form, a little bit of a low, and then a higher high form. Oh, there you go. So looks like we just took out new week opening gap. So now we're watching. Do we get up into 19,787 optimal trade entry drill? Or do we fail? Right? There is also, so 19,787 is a bearish order block. So we want to have, and that's also the high of the new week opening gap. So I like that level. There's a lot of confluences before that. Look at where it traded to, right? The midpoint there, right? So now we're looking to see, does it consolidate here? Do we get a movement lower and aim for what? This buy side imbalance, right? So this 15-minute has 12 minutes left. So I imagine this continues to trade upwards a bit, potentially up into this, the rest of this sell side imbalance, and sells off from there, potentially. We don't know. Jonathan Sung, also the daily limit. Oh, okay, read that already. Gotcha. All right, so I'm not taking any short yet, because could it also have bounced from there and just taken sell side liquidity to come up here and take out initial buy side liquidity? Yes. So we took out initial sell side liquidity here. We're seeing displacement. We're seeing price trade to the midpoint of this 1 minute SIBI, as well as the midpoints of, and this is a volume imbalance I'm watching very closely. This can trade all the way up to this new week opening gap. Now, if we get a high and we try to trade lower here, maybe we get this 1 minute to close below here and we see movement back up above, and then we see a failure. This buy side imbalance, I would look for this to be an inversion fair value gap to have us head lower, potentially. Now, if the weekly candle is meant to go higher, then we will get stopped out on that kind of a run. If you're trying to choose the high, you will get stopped out. And maybe this just wants to continue going higher, right? Maybe it wants to reach for this high and that high. I don't know. It's tough to say right now, right? Inner Circle Acolytes question, which playlists or videos do you recommend one can start from on your channel? I would say, honestly, it's better to learn straight from Inner Circle Trader himself. The ones for pop firms, I think, are reasonable if you have a good bankroll. But I would say for my videos, it's probably better to start with like I focused a lot more on how to beat the prop firms, and I think it would be much better to focus on the theory that Inner Circle Trader provides, whether it be 2022 model was incredible. That playlist alone is like one of the most valuable playlists I've seen. And then, of course, the 2016 content to help give you more theory. And then I don't prefer doing the 2023 content, but that's where I learned about the new week opening gaps. And then 2024 content, it's long. If you're not advanced ICT stuff yet, you don't want to go through 2024 just yet. You can kind of go through it knowing that Caleb, ICT Michael's son, is going to go through that too. But because ICT does all of the training already, I kind of just let people go to ICT to do that kind of stuff. I'm not reteaching ICT's concepts at all. But I am talking about and trying to distill some of the theory that I learned and that I've seen work. So most of this is just me recording the journey to the highs and lows of this journey, And you know, maybe I make it, maybe I don't, but I'm probably gonna make it. That's my thought at least. So yeah. If there's questions that you like, that you want somebody who's a little bit more accessible to talk about or answer, you know, by all means, you know, let me know, and I'm more than happy to make a video on that. I just need, you know, drop a comment on any one of my videos, and I will see that. I see all of my comments. I might not get to them quickly enough, but if you have questions or concepts, I'm more than happy to make a video on that to help distill it down a little bit better based on my understanding. If I can. If I can't, then I will probably even say, hey, ICT does it best. Go talk about that. Do you look at Nikkei in the Asian session? I haven't, but I do keep it around to take a look at from time to time. Nikkei's awesome, but it is also very fickle. You can have some pretty mad runs on Nikkei, and it's just, yeah, it's something that I don't look at often, and I don't trade enough to understand how it works. So I'd rather trade NASDAQ. NASDAQ's my thing, you know. I have a lot of friends that do trade Nikkei, and Asia, they love it. They love trading Nikkei, NKD. I'm happy to take a look at Nikkei, NKD, if you want me to. And for those that are wondering, that's NKDU, is the ticker here. So this is Nikkei futures here. I don't have all the data, so I'm wondering if it's also like not giving me all of the data here. Actually, no, this is giving me the right data. Never mind. But you can kind of see you've got quite a nice, like big, nice runs here. But you have to know what you're looking for and be able to trade this. It still trades using ICT's concepts, but you have to be really, really like good with what you do and very, very disciplined. Otherwise, you can lose a lot of money quickly on Nikkei. Okay, so we're seeing displacement here, right? So what I'm looking for now, okay, so we have, I want to take, oops. Find my, I don't know if this is yet a true displacement though. We did get up into our expected area, right? That volume imbalance I had mentioned, and we are selling off from there. We did take a short-term low out there, but we do have a volume imbalance up here too. So I'm wondering if this gets taken out up here. I'd like to see us trade back up to here, this volume imbalance here. If possible. I don't know if we're gonna get there. But we'll see. So we see this short-term low here. We see a shift in state and delivery. I want to see price head back up a bit. I would prefer to see it head up to this volume imbalance, maybe this one, but your stop has to be above this high here. Maybe 1, 2, and we'll see if we can get up there or not, but let's see. Infinitely loves NK for the evening session. Awesome. Familiar. Done. NK just breakouts in the Mumu sim. Need for ICT on. Oh, okay. No need for ICT on NK. Awesome. All right, so we have this sell side imbalance. I don't know if we're gonna get up here, but I would maybe consider this short now, because I don't know if we're gonna make it all the way up there. But I like this level. I think that is definitely a feasible sell side imbalance. Technically, there's a little one down here. I definitely don't want to be chasing though. And unfortunately, so this would have been something like essentially what we would consider a turtle soup from a fair value gap perspective. There's stops there, we know that. I should have taken that position once I saw this consequent encroachment be failed. But unfortunately, I was talking to y'all, so I don't know if we'll get our movement or not. But if not, then so be it. I would like to see it come back up here. Maybe come back up to this fair value gap. Maybe this one down below. And maybe institutional order flow entry drill before heading lower. That's what ideally I would like to see. And then target would be this 19705 next, or at least like take some off here at this low. We'll have to see, does it break below 19738 or does that hold? That's going to be a very important level because there's a lot of rejection block there waiting. You can kind of see there's quite a bit that that potentially. So we came down to a buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency there. So there's this buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency here. I want to see it go up just a little bit more. Might not give it to us. Might just stop right there. We'll see. So up here would be a 50% move. Ideally, if it's very bearish, we don't want to see it go too much more above that level, right? So, so I want to see us, if this, now the tricky part with this one is it could just bust open as well. We'll see what we can do. So, I would say your stop here would need to be above around this sell side imbalance and maybe a new week opening gap. All right, so stop here has to be around there because it can head higher. Technically, your stop is supposed to be probably up above this area, the midpoint of that new week opening gap. But it's a lot, right? Like, I don't know if it could go up there and squeeze you out completely. I don't know. But it might come up and take a little bit more here. Maybe for early shorts, it could just squeeze all the early shorts out like that. I don't know. I want it to fail here, but we'll see if we actually get. It looks kind of like that's good. That kind of a signature is pretty good. But again, like this level here is going to be very important. So I don't know if this is going to work out, but we are assuming that this fails here and remains failed here. So we see this volume imbalance that we've traded up into, right? So let's draw that out. We rejected from that area. That's good. We want to see that, right? Ideally, you would take a few cons off at this rejection block. And then you can take a few cons off at this here as well. If it's going to go down there, it might not, right? So if this stops you out, it stops you out. That's part of the trade, right? It's seeing very, very impressive growth here. But that being said, if you're actually trading this, your stop technically should be above this area here. Okay? So we'll see if we get continued movements because there's two volume imbalances there. I don't know if you saw that, but there's two volume imbalances here, one here and one up here. We traded to the 70% optimal trade entry and we sold off from there. And so I want to see this. I want to see this drop at this point in time. I'd like to see this not trade higher, not trade up into these, and not trade up to the new week opening gap. Right. I'd like to see it immediately rebalance off of this sell side imbalance low. I want to see it quickly take no more than this. At most, we can head up to here, 19,776, right? So we'll see. It does feel like we are, like if we continue seeing a slow grind up, then it's likely going to come take out the rest of this volume imbalance there. If there's not enough shorts to take this out and aim for those relative equal lows, because we've taken out a lot of sell side already, right? So this might not be the play. We might be aiming for some of those higher areas there. So we reached that volume imbalance again. So if we close above that, we might need to close the trade down because it's not going to give us enough to work with here. So right now we need to see this break, otherwise we're done. And it's probably, just judging by the force of this, it's probably going to stop us out here. So, you know, not a great trade there. We should have waited a little bit. Because this candle, you know, we're seeing such strength into this. So we'll get stopped out, and that's part of the game. 15-minute, you know, it was a good idea. Technically, we should also wait to stop above here. I mean, technically, that would also be a reasonable stop. If we were to move our stop above this area here, we don't want to see it go too much more above that new week opening gap, but I mean, this is sim, so we're watching to see what price does here. Does it respect this bearish order block and the 61% retracement on the 15-minute chart? Does it go all the way up to this technically that sell side imbalance, you know? Probably will, the way it's looking, because it closed above, well, it's closing at that range here, so so maybe we read that incorrectly, you know, we failed to get below this low. Maybe that's this indication was maybe that we failed to make a new intermediate term low. So yeah, so failed trade. We need, if we have any shot here, we would need and this is where the risk comes into play pretty heavily, right? Because this at 1788 is where the top of this sell side imbalance goes. So if it's gonna continue higher, then it's probably just gonna continue aiming for some of the buy side targets up here. So yep. Probably now, like thinking back here, we probably should have taken it off and let it stop us out here. That probably would have saved us a lot more hurt, because right now it's going up to rebalance the rest of this stuff here, and it could easily just continue running for this rejection block up here. It's likely, you know, if it doesn't reject from this new week opening gap immediately, then it's gonna probably just like squeeze everyone up there, because that's where a lot of liquidity is, right? So yeah, got to take risks. Win rate doesn't have to always mean high. So that's where, like, you know, choosing a top is always like the worst here. Our trade would have worked out here, but it would have been, I mean, it does look like we are offsides with this kind of V-shaped motion here. And this 15-minute candle, very, 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 very hugely green, right? So we'll see what happens with this new week opening gap. If we want to, we technically should move our stops. Technically, your stop should be all the way up here, but I can't stomach that amount with 5 contracts, right? That's too much of a loss. So in that case, it is what it is, you know. But this 15-minute candle does not feel bearish to me. We'll have to see what kind of movement occurs at this bearish order block. That might have been a little bit better to wait for the bearish order block here, right at that new week opening gap. Since there's this outstanding volume imbalance, like I imagine it'll probably squeeze up here, take out the rest of this. Yeah, there you go. So we'll see, does it respect the new week opening gap high or not? If so, that'd be great. But let's see. We would need to see a severe sell-off from here, but if we're not seeing it, it will probably continue creeping up and maybe take out the area here that is outstanding. So this is why we trade sim, right? This is we look for potential things that could help us. I think that this outstanding level, like if you're bearish, you don't want to see price come all the way up here, you know? It's not something that you want to see. So in this case, I have a feeling, like, you know, we're definitely, I'm pretty sure we're offsides, and this is just gonna go bounce from here and take out the rest of that. We'll just let it stop out anyways. Not a big deal. If this were live money, I would end up taking half of my position next and seeing if I can find plays that can return a bit of what I lost there, right? Half of what I lost. It's probably going to be, because I raised my stop loss, you can kind of see how, like, when you have to raise your stop loss and eat this amount of potential work, it's really difficult because it's a lot more than these prop firms can oftentimes like stomach, right? So you can't hold up until, unless you're only using 1 micro, you can't hold that far, right? So yeah, we'll see what works here. Jonathan Sung, I had 2 evals that were 300 away from getting blown, traded them separately for each day and came out a decent profit. It was a grind with all the homework and monitoring, but doable and validating. Awesome, dude. That's killer. Okay, so we saw that it has failed to go above the new week opening gap, and we've traded now back down below the new week opening gap into a volume imbalance here. This has been rebalanced, so we can pretty much remove this as a potential. This one is almost, we need to see it, does it reject off of this here? Do we get a nice clean rejection off of this, or do we just see it continue heading higher, right? I like this trade up to the near high of this sell side imbalance. I want to see if this has one more run up and actually I really want to move my stop up to around here. That would be ideal for me because that's just a little bit too close. But it's also possible this could just keep on reaching higher and go up to this, you know, new day opening gap potentially. I don't know. It's very possible. So we're going to see. We'll leave it there for now. If we, for some reason, don't spike up and we start trading lower, then great. Our thesis would have been solid. Now, I want to move this stop up because this could be a 3 drives pattern to trade all the way back up here, take out that last bit of sell side imbalance, and hopefully not trade up to this new day opening gap. I'm hoping it doesn't do that, but it's very possible. But this is where, like, you get in trouble when you move your stop, right? If you're offsides, you're offsides. We don't want to see it trade back into the new week opening gap very much. We want to see it reject quickly off of new week opening gap if it's going to go lower. If it's not going to go lower, then it's probably going to just squeeze all these late shorts out and stop us out, right? Um, Heavy duty, nice job. My best trading is when I'm close to blowing an account. I've been trying to keep that mindset 24/7. Usually trade terrible when my P&L goes up. Yep, I agree. It is a very tough time. Let me see what we got here. All right, so that was our relative equal minor sell side liquidity there. Let's see how it trades at this volume imbalance, right? So this is the volume imbalance on the 1 minute chart. It has not been rebalanced yet to the sell side. So I would expect to see one black candle close. I want to see it close below here, and then I can consider that to be rebalanced at that time. I like that it sold off from the new week opening gap low. I think that's really good. I would like to see it drop a little bit more heavily if it's going to. But again, we might be off sides here, so I could be very wrong with this. Who knows? There's only one, two, a third drive up here would be really good, I think. 15-minute candle still has 2 minutes left. This could just really, really like jump up like heavily, right? I'd prefer it not do that, but we don't always get what we want, right? Yeah, so technically I would probably like move my stop. If I were trading 1 micro, I would have moved my stop up to around here, this short-term high up here, because this has the possibility of doing a 3 drives movement, taking out this. Notice where it sold off from too, by the way. I don't know if it's going to stay there, but it sold off right at this 61 optimal trade entry. What is the high here? 19787.50. 19787.50, right? That's an exact value. So we'll see if that holds. We would love for this to, I'd like to keep one contract here down at that 15-minute sell side imbalance, just because I don't know if that's going to be, and actually I'd prefer holding one here at this relative equal low as well. So I'd take the majority of I want to take the majority of my contracts off here at this volume imbalance, or actually, I think I could probably take it off here. As long as it's, because that's at a different volume imbalance, right? So I think that if it is going short, then we can take it all the way down to here as potential, a potential trade back down into the volume imbalance that's down there, right? So this volume imbalance, if it's willing to do that. I don't know if it is, but my thesis here is that we have taken an internal range liquidity out. We've rebalanced the new week opening gap. And if I see a failure here, I'd prefer seeing a failure here. But if I don't, I'd see maybe a run up here, squeeze out these highs, and then I'd like to see it sell off after taking that high. But definitely seems quite bullish right now. If I were to add, I don't like typically DCAing, and I don't love adding to contracts when I'm like this far of a stop up. But you know, this is if we see a displacement lower, we can definitely start to target these lows down here. If we see displacement lower, but it could stop at this volume imbalance potentially. There's a buy side imbalance there too, so maybe instead of taking 3 off, maybe we can uh, we're gonna de-risk a little bit when we get down there. Because that's technically our next PD array down here. It could drop down here, knock this out, and then immediately head higher to take this out. It's very possible. We don't know yet, right? So far we've balanced out this volume imbalance is now a balanced price range. So we don't want to see this do that. That's exactly what we didn't want to see. So because that's not good for it's not good for us to see that happen, because it usually takes a large move to get out of a balanced price range. And all this trading here traded all the way through all this. So we're likely going to end up taking this out, maybe taking the rest of this out and heading higher into here. But I would like to see it wick higher and then stop there. 1, 2, 3 drives higher. A third drive, I'd like to see it hit 17,990 or 19,790. I'd like to see it hit that and then sell off from there. Staying within that internal range of liquidity. Jonathan Sung, I'm hoping you get into profit after 9:30 a.m. Tokyo. I'm long, but I already took out contracts and left one runner. Break even, stop loss. No reason we can't both exist at the same time. Yeah, it's totally okay. The long was a really good long. If we saw a lot of things that were indicating that we could be long, right? We saw that relative equal lows got taken out here. So buy side got taken out here. Sell side got taken out here. And then we had the opportunity for this sell side to remain open. If we're bullish, then it definitely will remain open, right? Like, that was a nice little move. So we'll see. I have no idea what's going to happen here. And this is, you can kind of see how this was a little bit less clean. I probably should have just seen like, hey, this is consolidation. It's heading higher. It wants to go for higher here. It wants to go for maybe taking one more liquidity out. I like seeing this kind of 3 drives pattern when we are, if there's any kind of bullish flag forming, I like seeing that pattern, because then when people, when we see a spike up to take out shorts, then we can kind of like, if we see a big green candle up and then a big red candle down, then that leads me to believe that, hey, it's probably time for it to change its state of delivery. So yeah, we'll see. 8:34 as well. So 9 o'clock, we could see that this heads up, takes us out. I'd like to see at 9 o'clock or just before 9 o'clock, I'd like to see it take this out and then sell off within this sell side imbalance and aim for sell side liquidity. I think that this 716 to 705, I think that range is reasonable now for relative equal lows, but you know, this is constantly creeping higher. So if this does not, and let me put this at the appropriate spot. So right now we have this at the range of this swing low, this swing down, right? So I'd prefer it not take out initial buy side liquidity. I'd prefer it come up to like here. Technically I should keep it above this volume imbalance. I prefer it come up to here and stop, and that's it. I don't want to see it rush up. 50. Oh, retracted that. I like this holding at the midpoint, but I do think it will take this out, though. I definitely do think it'll take that out. Let me do one thing as well. So I want to make this the new week opening gap midpoint. Oh, it's pretty close. Not bad for eyeballing it, right? I want to have that there because I want to see, is it referring to it, right? Is this failing to get up above? And then do we sell off below this short-term low? If we do, then all this did was return back to a bearish order block and then sell off. If we don't, well, it's going to be destined to aim for some of the volume imbalance up here, new day opening gap up here, things like that. So far, we have held the consequent encroachment there. Doesn't look like we will for long. The bullish nature of this does feel like it's creating more buy side being taken than sell side, right? So we should see this buy side liquidity taken now. We do technically have a sell side imbalance here. I want to try to mark that out. But as you can kind of see, it's plowing through that. So this is not what you want to see as a short. Because you actually have this candle here. See if I can blow this up a little bit. So you remember this candle over here, this propulsion block on the way down. This is now a bearish order block, potentially. Now, if we raise that over, we need to see, does this quickly reject from here? Does it not? It looks like it's going to be quite bullish, so I'd prefer not to see it scream all the way up. 70% levels, 798, but this is definitely not giving me bearish vibes, not yet at least. But if it is going to go up there, I prefer that we go from, let me get rid of this real quick. All right, so 19804, 19805 is the most that this should, like, it can't close at that. If it closes above that mark, then it's definitely going to go for the initial buy side liquidity. Oh no, this is great. Yeah, I'm excited that you made some money there. That's awesome. Right now, I'm only trading eval and, like, sim right now. So this is good to, from a learning perspective. I'm going to also see that, hey, I probably should have waited for a little bit more confluence before going short. I probably could have seen how price is going to react. We're now back above the new week opening gap as well. So do we even have the precedence to go short? Is it going to just continue going long from now? Yeah. So we've cleared all of this sell side imbalance now, and even some of the sell side imbalances on the 1 minute chart. So it definitely feels like it's going to keep going higher. Yeah. I think your longs are probably good. Will it continue going higher forever? Probably not. I think it could take out, like, maybe it aims to take out this high and aims for this new day opening gap. At some point you have to cut this, and the thing is if this reaches new day opening gap and rejects here, I'm still okay with that. But I wanted to see how this, like, plays out. but we would need to see it break through this sell side imbalance if we're gonna have any shot, but doesn't look like it's going to, though. Okay. So it's reaching this area. 05, 04. That's really the last bit, right? Like if it closes above here, then you're in for a nice continued move higher, aiming for that daily volume imbalance. So we took out this. So this volume imbalance here, we knew that that was a possibility that we could reach for that. So we did reach for that. Okay. All right, so that's good. And it looks like it's going to continue its bullish run for quite some time. It was always going to be a possibility that we continue lower, but because we took out sell side, it probably was a little bit better to go long here instead of look for shorts. Right now, this could go all the way up into this area and still be something that shorts, right? 70, that 818 level. In fact, I think it will, right? That's a huge amount of movement. Like that whole move here is a complete removal of any of that move south during the first hour of the day. So it's going for this initial buy side liquidity because it's already taken out initial sell side liquidity. So I should have been long. Lesson learned. Could I cut the short now and be safe? Yeah. It's this, the shorts up there definitely are not safe, right? Like we haven't seen evidence of any sort of sell-off. There's been no 3 drives pattern. It just has continued to go higher and higher and higher. So I think that, yeah. I think maybe closing around this area might be okay. We reached a new day opening gap too. So we reached a new day opening gap up here. These 2 purple lines up here. You can see it over here. There's an old new week opening gap. So yeah, let's see if we continue to head higher there, then so be it. But yeah, we would have to see a lot, and it's almost 9 o'clock as well. So it's taken out everything it needs to. If this supports price, it's gonna send it higher. Bullish order blocks have been pretty much respected this whole time, right? You can kind of see we had more people buying into that bullish order block. It's up at the really, really high premium though. Close manually. Awesome. Great job. Awesome trade. Yeah, I'm just going to let this get stopped out. I mean, it's going to probably head higher, but I'd prefer just letting it get stopped out now. This is kind of like also why you should never move your stop. In these situations, it can go a lot higher than you think, right? So 15 minutes till 9 o'clock. That will be the end of the session. I have to go cook some food, eat some dinner. If that's the case. And if this trades below, I don't know. Oh, look at that. So the 15-minute, this is interesting. So 15-minute did not close beneath the midpoint of this bearish order block, but it's still continuing to rise. So if it rejects once more off the daily, old daily, then I would like to see it really reject quickly. It definitely feels quite bullish, and it looks like it's probably going to reach for 815 at least, that rejection block there. If I had enough room, I might take this up, but again, this is already a little bit too much. Like this is just going to keep on pushing up, I feel. Drink some water. All right. So we're about to get stopped out here. So, you know, obviously we were offsides. So in this case, we're just gonna let our short get stopped out at this point in time. So yeah, another a learning point for me in that you can't go short. You can't choose to go short in a range that has taken buy side liquidity and then now taken sell side liquidity. Even if you see a draw lower, you're not seeing the evidence to do that. Now this drop here definitely gave me the idea that it could potentially do that, right? But now it's just like, okay, well, what else can it do? I mean, it could come take this high here, I suppose. So technically I could like drop it up above here, but it's just gonna keep on squeezing up, right? At this point, it's gonna keep squeezing up. Because what happens now is like this over here as a, remember this was a bearish breaker that we were considering. It's going to flip and aim for this initial buy side liquidity first. If it doesn't immediately reject from here, right? Because this whole bearish breaker is all the way up to here. And I'm not seeing, like, I would need to see an immediate sell-off from there. Because it's gone up so much, it's just going to keep on going up until it hits a external range liquidity, which would be this area here and this area here. So if I technically wanted to, I could move this all the way up here, but that still would not be pertinent, right? So pretty big loss there. And it's going to keep on squeezing upwards. Like there's no, like every single short that went short here is now squeezed out, and they might as well run it up even higher up there, right? So watch that buy side liquidity now. So that would be pretty wild if it just went up there and stopped me out and now it stopped going short. I would be very surprised. I do see it running at least up to, oh, 19,824. I like those relative equal highs up there. Um, so if I wanted to, technically, I mean, this isn't such a huge premium, but it's so close to these relative equal highs. I could try to chase it, but that wouldn't be excellent work. Let's see. Yep. So I imagine this continues upwards a bit. So we'll just wait. It's almost 9, so I imagine they'll run something for 9 o'clock. Maybe run those highs. It's holding at this area, but you can kind of see it went to this rejection block and just instantly rejected there. And there's that, bearish breaker again. We'll see if it's strong enough to do anything. The breaker in question is here. Obviously we got stopped out there. We probably should have kept our stop up here, but again, like with this much move, the likelihood of it aiming for these relative equal highs is more prone than, yeah. Moral of the story, keep your stops where they were, because I could have saved a lot of heartache there if I just kept my stops where they were. All right, so we're seeing a little bit of selling here. It's holding at this. It's holding here, right? So technically it could come back down into this area, potentially head back up. But so far, we're We're still seeing it hold here quite well. I imagine in like maybe a rush up for 9 o'clock. If it doesn't do that, then maybe it just creates, additional relative equal highs here. Let's take a speculative long this late and see what happens. I'm kind of curious. Uh, Probably like, yeah, I think this is reasonable around up there. I'm just curious what's gonna happen here, right? So, um, does it hold here? Does it continue lower? If it isn't, if it isn't gonna continue lower, then it shouldn't break below this area here. If it does, then it will begin its crash down, and we would have gotten out right at the absolute high, and so be it, Let me do one thing. I just bought another evaluation. I blew that evaluation there. Not a big deal. These are pretty cheap right now. But what I want to do is disconnect for a second. Let me see. It says I have open positions. What positions do I have? That's weird. I shouldn't have anything on. Oh, Ninja Trader, Apex Trader. Very weird. So I just had a ghost order on one of my performance accounts, which was really lame. I hate that Apex does that sometimes. So let me close this connection real quick and reopen it, because oftentimes Apex Trade Copier will do shit like that, and it's really annoying. So let me restart my connection. Jonathan Sugg, high win rate but low return algo, just opened a long. Generally has two outcomes with that high win rate. Either immediately goes into profit or it goes into heavy drawdown before return up. Yeah. Okay. Charts are still loading. Takes some time for these to load sometimes. Okay. Jonathan Sung says, so multiple algos running and then to discern what price take action or not. Yeah. This is kind of like why I like trading sim. It gives you a much better sense of like, hey, what could happen here, right? Like what's possible. So now we're likely going to see a run up to our relative equal highs. We want to keep an eye on those relative equal highs up there, of course. And see if we'll probably see, like, where it's at 9 o'clock now, so we're gonna see, do we get a push up to that level here, or do we just see it sell off completely? I don't know. It seems like it would be beneficial for it to just rush up quickly and take out that area. But who knows? Who knows what could happen here? Anyone who's short essentially just got their asses handed to them, right? So we'll see if we get a nice big quick rush. We want to see it run for both of these relative equal highs with some fervor. We want to see it like just squeeze everybody out. Okay. Hey, Anatoly. Good to see you here too. Yeah. We were taking some trades earlier. We'll see if any of them works out, but you know, right now we're seeing if we get a rush up into that initial buy side liquidity. I think that would make a lot of sense. Or if they stop just short of it, then maybe they keep this here, they keep it rejecting, and yeah, I don't know. It would hurt. Who would it hurt the most, right? If people were short here, this is where a lot of liquidity is, right? So what would hurt the most? Would it hurt the most if they got longs out here, and then went all the way back down? Or would it hurt more for them to take out these relative equal highs and take out this initial buy side liquidity, which was formed early on, right? So I don't know. We'll find out. So it came back down again to this little shorter block. It came up to a 1 minute area here, has not done anything surrounding this bullish breaker yet. So down close candles still holding. Rejection block did reject from the rejection block, but overall still holding and still holding higher. So we'll see if we're going to get something. It's going to be a really big vicious push up through this, and then that's it, right? So but unfortunately for me, I have to go call the wife. So I'm gonna leave this trade on. I'm probably gonna just go on off camera and then close the stream down. If we get stopped out, we get stopped out. If it goes, it goes. I'm not too worried about it. I just want to see what happens here. I want to see what's possible there. Like, what's possibly happening there, right? Maybe it sells off completely too. I don't know. It definitely seems like it could sell off from here. We would need to see some displacement lower, of course, but it's so close to some of these like targets here, right? And it's failing here, but we'll see. So it's probably heading down to maybe some of those, maybe some of these here. But if we get a nice big displacement candle lower, that's when I would start to look for shorts, because that would mean that this bearish breaker is valid and that we're not going to end up going down for anything further. We came up, found the most premium 1 minute sell side imbalance, and are kind of taking, taking stride from there and seeing, hey, like, are you willing to sell off from here? Are you willing to be a high, low, higher high, another breaker within a breaker? If that's the case, then maybe that's the turnaround point, right? So price can keep going further than you can stay solvent. That's something that somebody always taught me. So, and this is kind of like a 1, 2, 3 drives higher as well. So, if it's not willing to go up here and take this initial buy side, then so be it, Oops, what was that? All right, I gotta go off camera though. Good seeing you all, and I'm gonna, let this trade go and go off camera and then close down the stream. Good to be back with everybody, and hope you all have some good trading. Take care. Let me know if there's any questions and drop some comments in here. Like the stream. If this was fun, give me a like, and appreciate your help with this channel as always, and appreciate being here with you. Take care, everyone. Have a great week, and we'll catch up. I'll let you know if I'm gonna plan on streaming again. I'll let you know ahead of time if I can. But yeah, other than that, good luck. Take care.